is
We're set. You're okay, right? To start?
Yeah, don't forget 3, 2. If you don't say 3, 2, 1, count down here.
And then start? Sake of our WebEx, I'll do a quick countdown. 3, 2, 1. The Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change will now come to order. Today, the subcommittee is holding a hearing entitled the Fiscal Year 2023 EPA Budget. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. In accordance with the updated guidance issued by the attending physician, members, staff, and members of the press present in the hearing room are not required to wear a mask. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute their microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in WebEx will be heard over the loudspeakers in the room and subject to be heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Since members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, all recognition of members, such as for questions, will be in the order of subcommittee seniority. Documents for the record can be sent to Rebecca Tomelchik at the email address we've provided to staff, and all documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today, we welcome EPA Administrator Michael Regan back to the committee to examine the President's Fiscal Year 2023 budget request. Mr. Administrator, thank you for being here and for accommodating the congressional schedule. We are expecting at least one interruption this morning. Last year at our hearing on the Fiscal Year 22 budget request, I said EPA was in need of a reset. Before Administrator Regan joined the agency, I believe EPA suffered from a shift away from its mission. In those preceding 4 years, EPA experienced the loss of some 1,000 employees. After 1 year, I'm very pleased with the change of direction of the agency under Mr. Regan's leadership. This year's proposal includes $11.9 billion at $2.3 billion, a $2.3 billion increase from fiscal year 22 enacted levels. It supports a wide range of national environmental and public health priorities, including climate change, clean water, chemical safety, and land remediation. And of course, this request builds upon last year's bipartisan infrastructure law, which provided historic funding for several key EPA programs. These funds are already on their way to communities in need, which will result in long overdue investments in our water infrastructure and the replacement of lead service lines. The bill will support economic revitalization by remediating brownfield and Superfund sites, and enable American children to take a pollution-free ride to school on zero-emission buses. These funds are going to improve people's lives, reducing public health threats while creating jobs. It's truly a win-win. But we must remember that the bipartisan infrastructure law was always intended to supplement and not supplant EPA's annual funding. The proposal recognizes this by requesting funds for the State Revolving Funds Brownfields Program and other popular and successful programs that received boosts last year. I also want to recognize that under the administrator's leadership, EPA has centered its agenda around environmental justice. I've seen this firsthand. Administrator Regan joined me for a community meeting at the Ezra Prentice Homes in Albany's South End neighborhood. We thank you for that, Administrator, and you were very well received. We heard from community members that in the past, their interactions with politicians and environmental regulators were often filled with lip service and, of course, empty promises. I'm proud that Administrator Regan, Region 2 Administrator Garcia, and the Region 2 staff have continued to actively engage with this community. And I hope this will result in community-driven solutions to the environmental and public health threats facing the neighborhood. I can attest that the commitment to environmental justice is not just a line item in the budget. It is a priority day in and day out for this EPA, resulting in EPA staff and its leadership reaching into neighborhoods that have not had that opportunity in the past. So, Mr. Administrator, I want to say thank you for that, and I hope we can continue to work together to get resources into Albany's South End and the many other communities that have suffered historic environmental injustices across the country. Now that we have invested in our country's environmental infrastructure, it is time to invest in the EPA itself. We cannot continue to expect the agency to do more with less. Staffing remains at 1980s levels, even as we are expecting the agency to effectively administer historic infrastructure funding. And much of EPA's workforce is eligible for retirement or soon will be. We need to rebuild the agency's staff capacity and attract that new, talented pool of people to public service. I was very happy to see the budget request includes over 1,900 new FTEs. I truly hope Congress will support this request, which will not only benefit current employees, but also set the agency up for success in the future. Finally, it is critical that EPA builds upon the bipartisan infrastructure law by pursuing a complementary and ambitious enforcement and regulatory agenda. EPA has significant existing legal authorities to tackle climate and traditional air pollution from power plants and vehicles, keeping PFAS chemicals out of commerce and get the lead out of our water systems more quickly. I encourage the agency to develop and adopt the ambitious public health protections, starting with heavy-duty vehicles, which is currently under consideration. So, Mr. Regan, Administrator Regan, I thank you again for joining us. I look forward to partnering with you to continue strengthening the EPA's workforce in order to pursue a robust, holistic agenda to protect public health and environment. The chair now recognizes Representative McKinley, our ranking member of the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, for 5 minutes, please, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Administrator. My comments are, America's worst fears are now being realized. Pursuing an ideologically driven goal of 100% renewables in such an artificially condensed time frame of 2030, 2035 is going to cause the grid to collapse. Last summer, the head of global research at General Electric in New York told the chairman and myself unequivocally that this was what was going to happen. And now, according to the Wall Street Journal, warnings of electricity shortages are growing across the United States. In the Midwest, MISO is working to prepare for the, quote, worst case scenario, unquote, and expects a 5 gigawatt shortfall this summer. Last Friday, Texas took steps to reduce its strain on the grid. Nearly 3 gigawatts of capacity have gone offline because of high temperatures, and even California had to extend the operation of its gas-fired power plants last year. So what is the EPA doing to preserve and protect our electric grid? It just seems like President Biden and the EPA are increasing regulations instead of addressing the pending crisis we're facing. So rather than ensure a reliable, resilient grid and keep the lights on across the country, the EPA is requesting almost $12 billion, primarily focused on climate change and environmental justice initiatives. Look, with today's science, renewables simply aren't ready to power our grid, fully power our grid. According to the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, wind, we all know, only works 35% of the time, and solar only 25% of the time. And the Lawrence Livermore Lab found that 81% of wind projects and 84% of solar projects have not reached commercial viability. So why does the EPA continue to pursue an agenda that will only take more fossil grid capacity offline? Mr. Chairman, the threat of electricity shortages has utilities taking steps to keep aging power plants running longer, but they're fighting regulations. The EPA is not cooperating. And Congress has made significant investments over the last few years in carbon capture, like coal first and net zero. These investments will help us protect our grid if it weren't for more obstinance from the EPA. But the EPA's agenda doesn't recognize it. You seem to want to fund more climate change environmental justice programs instead of taking care of America, neither of which are going to lead to grid reliability, only blackouts across the country. Mr. Chairman and Administrator Regan, America deserves better from the EPA. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Chairman Pallone, Chair of the full committee, for 5 minutes for his opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. I want to welcome our EPA Administrator Regan back to the committee. Since your last appearance, you've worked to restore EPA and put the agency on a better path towards combating climate change and protecting public health. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to discuss how we can build on this progress and continue to deliver for the American people. Last year, Congress passed the bipartisan infrastructure law that provided much-needed resources to EPA to uplift communities across the country, and we have an opportunity to use this law to rebuild our communities and economy stronger than before, while providing the environmental leadership needed to usher a healthier and more sustainable future for every American. Now, while EPA's efforts are certainly heading in the right direction, there's obviously much more ahead of us, as I'm sure the Administrator would agree. The bipartisan infrastructure law was just a down payment on our clean and climate-safe future, which is why the EPA's budget request builds on the down payment to address the challenges ahead. Time and again, we see evidence that a strong economy and strong environment and public health protections go hand in hand. This budget reflects that evidence to provide critical investments in the health, safety, and prosperity of our families and our environment. For example, the budget includes $1.1 billion for EPA to improve our nation's air quality. It does this by developing and enforcing critical safeguards, as well as by funding grants to states and tribes and scientifically sound research. The administration's budget also prioritizes programs to urgently tackle climate change, like cutting methane pollution from oil and gas sources and implementing the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act. This bipartisan law, co-authored by Chairman Tonko and Representative Peters, will reduce the production and use of potent hydrofluorocarbons in our atmosphere. The budget request also complements the bipartisan infrastructure law's reinstatement of the Superfund chemical tax to fund more cleanup actions, an effort I've personally championed to ensure that polluters pay to clean up their contamination in our communities. About 22% of Americans live within 3 miles of a Superfund site. Cleaning and revitalizing contaminated properties creates jobs, mitigates threats to human health, and directly benefits the communities around contaminated sites, which are often low-income communities and communities of color. And the budget works to ensure that no community is left behind by investing $1.45 billion in programs that will advance racial equality and secure environmental justice for historically overburdened and underserved communities. And I'm particularly pleased that EPA is creating a new Environmental Justice National Program Manager position to help deliver on its promises to disproportionately impacted communities who struggle with legacy pollution for far too long. Clearly, we are expecting EPA to tackle an enormous amount of critical work right now to protect our communities and our families. and the agency is taking the lead in replacing the nation's lead service drinking water lines. It's managing the risk from dangerous chemicals under the Toxic Substances Control Act program, and it's revitalizing other contaminated sites through the Brownfields program. EPA has a lot on its plate right now, and that's good, but it faces a serious challenge when it comes to staffing and resource shortages. And that's why I support the budget's request for more resources to bolster EPA's capacity, develop a pipeline of qualified staff, strengthen and support scientific integrity, and ensure EPA can meet the statutory obligations that we set for it. The dedicated EPA workforce have worked tirelessly to fulfill the agency's core mission without adequate staffing or resources, in my opinion. And the increase in resources proposed in this budget will not only help EPA fulfill its core mission, but also to process permits more efficiently and provide needed certainty to regulated industries. So I look forward to today's discussion to examine EPA's budget priorities. We're ready to work with you to ensure that everyone in every community, regardless of their zip code, realizes their right to clean air, clean water, and clean land. So thank you, Administrator, for all that you've done and that you will do. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mrs. Rogers, ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes, please, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to the Energy and Commerce Committee. Administrator Regan, your annual testimony on the President's proposed EPA budget is an important chance to examine your priorities and your agency's performance. EPA serves a critical role in our nation's effort to protect the environment and public health. This role includes standard setting, regulatory science, and risk assessments, and large amounts of technical and financial assistance for states, tribal communities, and localities. As you well know, EPA today is operating against a backdrop of a tremendous record of environmental improvements. A review released last month by the Association of Air Pollution Control Agencies noted that for the past 20 years, the public has perceived the nation's environment as getting worse. Yet across the board, the opposite is the case. Air quality, for example, has been steadily improving. Ozone, NOx, particulate matter concentrations are fractions of the levels 40 years ago. And the trend has continued over the past decade, including in states with heavy industrial and economic activity. These positive results extend to land, water, and air toxics. Let's celebrate and promote these results. I'd love to hear you explain more why you believe this has happened. I'd also like to discuss the challenges ahead as tighter requirements run up against technological and economic limits. Continuous tightening of the screws, especially when standards are not technologically feasible, risk broader economic harms to the very people we are seeking to help. I worry that this administration's radical climate agenda will distract EPA from the hard work to ensure existing standards are implemented and programs can succeed. We've seen what can happen. In the Obama administration, they issued several controversial, damaging rules that threatened to cut opportunities for people in struggling communities as jobs left regions. Look at the Clean Power Plan rule, which sought to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. EPA overreached with that regulation, which threatened American jobs and the economy. A legal challenge is now pending before the Supreme Court. Senator Capito and I have led a bicameral amicus brief in that case, focused on the need to stop federal agencies from going beyond their statutory authorities and ignoring congressional intent. We are the Committee of Jurisdiction. We are the elected representatives of the people. Because of President Biden's inflation crisis, families and retirees today are paying more for less, from the gas pump to the grocery store. It calls for responsible federal budgets that focus on core missions and effective management, the ingredients for accountability and success. The EPA fiscal 2023 budget request is nearly $12 billion. This amount is $681 million more than the request from last fiscal year, which was more than a 20% increase. States are tasked with enforcing most of EPA's regulatory requirements, but this budget request calls for growing EPA's workforce by 10% compared to current levels. When you testified to the House Appropriations Committee recently, you said that EPA is not inflating itself because a majority of EPA's budget goes to the states. but not even 50% of your requested budget would go to the states. I hope that you will agree with me that we need to return to building our economy, not dismantling it. I'm concerned about actions at EPA to destroy next-generation technologies that have pre-market chemical reviews but are sitting ignored on the desk of federal bureaucrats. Create, the actions that are creating uncertainty, including delays or cancellations in our permitting processes. The actions to expand further regulations like the coal ash rule, WOTUS, and the cross-state air pollution rule. These are actions that ultimately drive projects out of America and make us more reliant on countries like China that have the lowest environmental and labor standards. Projects taking years to develop and money lost due to abrupt policy changes have a chilling impact on people's willingness and ability to make things in America. To succeed, EPA must not be an obstacle to development and prosperity for American families, especially as they are struggling with the everyday cost of living. We have an energy crisis, an inflation crisis that is impacting the affordability. Again, I do appreciate you being here. I look forward to your testimony, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair would remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Introduce the witness for today's hearing, the Honorable Michael Regan, Administrator of the U.S. EPA. But before we hear from you, Administrator, I want to make mention, I apologize, that post-scheduling your appearance here before the subcommittee, arrangements were made to have a joint session of Congress to host the Prime Minister of Greece, Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. And so that will begin at 11. So we'll hear from you, and then again, apologize that we'll go to this joint session of Congress and be back immediately following that presentation. So we will now recognize you for 5 minutes to provide your opening statement. I'll explain the lighting system in front of our witnesses, a series of lights. The light will initially be green, the light will turn yellow. When you have 1 minute remaining, please begin to wrap up your testimony, sir, at that point. The light will turn red when your time expires, and so now I recognize Administrator Regan for 5 minutes to provide his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Tonko and Ranking Member McKinley, Chairman Pallone, and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the bold vision laid out before you in terms of the United States Environmental Protection Agency's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget request. In this request, we lay out an ambitious and transformative plan for EPA with the goal of a healthier, more prosperous nation where all people have access to clean air, clean water, and healthy communities. President Biden's proposed 2023 budget request for EPA provides $11.9 billion to advance key priorities, including tackling the climate crisis, delivering on environmental justice and equity, protecting air quality, upgrading the nation's aging water infrastructure, and rebuilding core functions at the agency to support and keep pace with the growing economy. Over the past year, we've made important progress towards many of these goals, and I'm proud of the foundation we've laid and the partnerships that have underpinned the successes. But there's a lot more work to do to ensure that all of our children have safe, healthy places to live, learn, and play, to build a stronger, more sustainable economy, and to advance American innovation and ingenuity. Put simply, investing in EPA is an investment in the health and well-being of communities that we all serve, and in the economic vitality of this great nation. I've had the privilege to visit many communities in your states and see firsthand the environmental and public health challenges many of your constituents continue to face, from unprecedented flooding events to crumbling wastewater infrastructure. I've spoken to mothers whose children have been lead poisoned. I've met with people who are living with toxic waste in their backyards. I've seen conditions that are simply unacceptable in the United States of America. From investing in our nation's climate resilience to cleaning up contaminated land, there is no shortage of critical work that needs to be done. So members of the committee, I want you to know that EPA is up to the task. We are eager to work with all of you to deliver for our fellow Americans and to secure our nation's global competitiveness. but we need your support. Both the urgency and economic opportunity presented by climate change require that we leave no stone unturned. The 2023 budget invests $773 million towards tackling the climate crisis, but reaping the benefits that come with it: a healthier community, good-paying jobs, and increased energy security. The communities hit hardest by pollution and climate change are often communities of color, indigenous communities, our rural communities, and our economically disadvantaged communities. For generations, many of these communities have been overburdened with higher instances of polluted air, water, and land. This inequity of environmental protection is not just an environmental justice issue, it's a civil rights issue. In 2023, we will expand upon the historic investments made in environmental justice and civil rights to reduce the historically disproportionate health impacts of pollution in communities with long-standing environmental justice concerns. Across the budget, EPA is investing more than $1.4 billion to advance environmental justice and equity, clean up legacy pollution, and create good-paying jobs in the process. Across the country, poor air quality continues to affect millions of people, even though we have seen improved air quality, perpetuating harmful health and economic impacts for some communities. In 2023, the agency will protect our air quality by cutting emissions from ozone-forming pollutants, particulate matter, and air toxics. The President's budget includes $1.1 billion to improve air quality and set standards that reduce pollution from mobile and stationary sources. A thriving economy also requires clean and safe water for all. Although progress has been made, many still lack access to healthy water, face inadequate wastewater infrastructure, and suffer the effects of lead pipes. America's water systems are also facing new challenges, including cyber threats, climate change, and emerging contaminants such as Pfas. The budget proposes more than $4 billion to upgrade drinking water and wastewater infrastructure nationwide, with a focus on underserved communities. These investments build on the historic resources allocated by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. The 2023 budget positions EPA to create durable environmental policy that sets our nation on a path to win the 21st century. It increases the agency's capacity to allow us to meet the pressing needs faced by millions of Americans and fundamentally improve people's lives for the better. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here to offer this testimony. I look forward to our continued partnership, which I share with many of you, and I look forward to achieving these ambitious yet necessary goals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And the subcommittee will stand in recess for the purpose of attending the joint session of Congress with the Prime Minister of Greece. Upon completion of that presentation, we're asked that people please return immediately to the subcommittee hearing. We are in recess. I'll do a quick countdown for the technical crew. 3, 2, 1. I call the subcommittee back to order. We again thank the administrator for his patience, and we apologize for the disruption. We'll now move to member questions, and I'll start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Administrator Regan, thank you for your testimony. EPA has a big job to do, administrating historic funding for water infrastructure, remediation activities, and clean school buses, on top of a renewed commitment to developing environmental protections while enforcing existing laws and requirements. But you're trying to do all this with 1980s staffing levels. EPA employees are some of the most dedicated public servants in the federal government, but the agency's agenda will be hamstrung without additional personnel. So, Mr. Administrator, can you discuss the budget's proposal, please, to grow and develop EPA's workforce? Why is it important, and how will EPA prioritize hiring adequate numbers of full-time employees, diverse recruitment, and prioritize fair and equitable promotions to indeed ensure retention at EPA?
Thank you for that question, Chairman Tonko, and I appreciate that opportunity. It sounds like hyperbole, but you're correct. We today have about maybe 100 or 150 or so more people than we actually had in the late 1980s. Yet, society has changed so drastically. And so if we want to win the 21st century, if we want to keep pace with the growing economy, we need to have adequate staffing. And I think as we take a look at a lot of the core functions, EPA's staff has dwindled, not just over the past 4 years, but the past decades, as you've laid out. And so we need to rebuild that core. I can give you a few specific examples. In 2016, when this Congress refueled TSCA and gave the agency a charge, it was given a charge without the resources. Over the past previous administration, the previous administration did not ask for the necessary resources to fulfill the obligations under TSCA. And so as a result, right now, the last administration missed the statutory deadlines for finishing 9 of the 10 risk evaluations that Congress asked the agency to perform. We are on track to, or on the clock to complete about 21 risk evaluations while rewriting rules. And I can tell you, we have about 50% of what we need to do that. You'll be hearing from our friends in the agricultural sector as we think about pesticides and herbicides, and as the courts mandate that we take certain products off the market, we have lots of petitions for new market entrants that we don't have the resources to evaluate. So, it's not a good idea to starve the agency when it comes to trying to protect the public health and keep pace with market demand. And so those are just 2 examples of what we're asking for in this budget. These are pragmatic asks. These are asks that we are making to keep pace with the growing economy and protect the people of this country.
Thank you. And Administrator Regan, this committee played an instrumental role in reforming TSCA some 6 years ago. And while I'm glad to see that you've reversed some of the previous administration's policies, I remain concerned with the pace of progress, especially since for some of these chemicals, delays are literally a matter of life and death. Can you help us understand why the agency is still struggling to meet its deadlines, and how does this connect to your workforce needs?
We continue to struggle because, as I mentioned, we have about 50% of the dedicated personnel and resources that we need to meet the requirements of TSCA. You will see that in our budget, we are specifically asking for those bodies and those resources so that we can meet the expectations of Congress. We have to rebuild the agency. And when we look at what we're asking for, we are asking for these resources not only to help repair our polluted lands, really get on top of these pervasive chemicals like Pfas, 1,4-dioxane, and others, but we're also needing to do this to keep pace with the technological revolution that we're seeing today. Many people think that all we do is regulate. The reality is that we provide technology standards for our regulatory entities so that they can make long-term investments. We need capable, competent staff. We need the staffing numbers and the expertise to win the 21st century. We have a staffing plan in place. We have the best staff in place now, but we have a diverse talent pool that we want to bring in new talent. And we're excited about the opportunities to do that. And this budget reflects those requests.
Last week, EPA decided to cease collecting data from several air monitoring sites in the CastNet network. I'm very disappointed by this decision. These newly mothballed sites monitor important pollutants, including acid rain, ozone, and ammonia. So, Mr. Administrator, will you work with me to help me understand why these sites were selected for closure and what opportunity exists to reconsider EPA's decision and to resume data collection?
Well, thank you for that question, and I share your frustration. The fact that the agency had to make a decision to pause 28 monitors is not something that we take pride in, but we were forced to do so because we did not receive the request that we asked for through the appropriations process in 2020. So we find ourselves robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'd love to spend time with you and your staff on how we arrived to those specific closures. And I can assure you that if we receive the resources that we're asking for in this 2023 budget, we won't be facing these kinds of closures.
Thank you, sir. We'll take you up on that offer, but I thank you for your concern. With that, we'll now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Johnson, for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being with us here today. Mr. Chairman, first, let me request a few articles be entered into the record. First is the Washington Examiner article entitled, "Power Sector Warns of Blackouts as Demand Clashes with Traditional Plant Retirements." The second is the Wall Street Journal article entitled, "Electricity Shortage Warnings Grow Across the U.S." And finally, Power Magazine's article entitled, "ERCOT MISO Warn of Potential Power Supply Shortfalls." Now, I don't know about you, but this is alarming to me. Temporary blackouts for millions of people and dwindling reliable grid capacity. We're headed in the wrong direction. And why is that? Well, here's a clue. In 2022, 41 coal units are scheduled for closure. In 2023, 21 coal units. In 24, 18 more. In 2025, 23 units, and more in the future. Well, what's so concerning and what defies logic and common sense is that these closures are happening with too few alternatives to make up the shortfall. We know that EPA regulations are contributing to these early closures, including several in Ohio. And what is the administration doing to ease this coming energy disaster for American families and businesses? Let's see. Administrator Reagan, you yourself have said that we need a, quote, suite of regulations on the coal power sector. Seriously? So we've got coal combustion residuals rules, regional haze rules, ozone transport rules, the ACE replacement rule, effluent limitations guideline rules, the cross-state air pollution rule, and this isn't even an exhaustive list. So Administrator Regan, MISO, for example, is already warning of temporary blackouts during periods of normal demand, in part because of premature coal retirements. Are you just going to press ahead here even if grid reliability is compromised and the power goes out?
Well, thank you for your question. I'd like to first clarify the record. I'd never said anything about a suite of coal power sector. I think what I've said is we need to have a suite of—
I'll get you the quote that you made.
Yes, I've been
I'll
having
get
a
that
lot
to
of
you.
conversations with the power sector in general. And one of the things that they've requested of me is regulatory certainty. The list of regulations that you just laid out that the Clean Air Act requires that we do, we've been having very constructive conversations with the power sector about how EPA doesn't surprise the power sector, how we not darken their door one regulation at a time, but present to them a suite of options so that they can understand what their investment strategies need to look like for the future.
Okay, well, how do you avoid the conflict then, Mr. Regan, between your agenda to shut down coal and the need to maintain grid reliability? How do you balance that?
I think we have to look at the facts, and the facts are there hasn't been coal regulation since the Obama administration, and the markets are what's driving these coal closures. If you have the conversations that I have,
And there's a good reason. That's probably one of the reasons why we were energy independent under the previous administration, was because of the lack of those burdensome regulations. But go ahead.
no, those same coal plant retirements that you just laid out happened during the previous administration and happened during the previous administration. The markets have decided that traditional coal investments are not competitive. The power sector has decided that it is investing in new generation opportunities.
Well,
The last thing I'd
these
say-
articles would dispute your assertion on that, Mr. Regan. I'm concerned that EPA's aggressive regulatory agenda gives no time for meaningful feedback from the states and entities responsible for electric reliability. So will you provide this subcommittee, for the record, a list of EPA interactions with states and grid operators concerning the impacts of your agency's regulatory activity affecting the power sector? I got only a few seconds left. That's a quick yes or no
That's
answer.
an easy yes.
Will
We
you-
partner
Okay,
with our
great.
states and
Will you commit to providing meaningful opportunity for these grid operators in affected states to provide technical feedback on any proposed rules or enforcement actions that may impact future grid reliability? And will you commit to considering the feedback from the states and grid operators in your actual rulemaking?
I think your question prejudges that we're not doing that. That's exactly.
No, I'm just asking you, will you commit to doing
We
that?
will continue to do that.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado who serves as chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigation, Diana DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And Administrator Regan, welcome. We're really glad to have you. Last month, along with Representatives McEachin and Grijalva, I co-led an appropriations request to help the landmark efforts that EPA is making under your leadership to advance environmental justice. And I spoke with you during the break. In my community, we have an environmental justice area, Elyria, Swansea, and Globeville, and there's really two burdens that these communities face around the country. Number one, chronic underenforcement of environmental requirements, and number two, the cumulative impacts of multiple sources of pollution. So my first question for you is, how much do we know about how different pollutants interact once they've entered our bodies?
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for your leadership in this area. I can say that we've developed analytical methodologies and tools to characterize and distinguish and quantify the different impacts of cumulative impact, or different aspects of cumulative risk impacts. We know that the cumulative impacts underlie health disparities resulting in higher rates of asthma, cardiovascular disease, cancer, poor birth outcomes, and reduced longevity. So we are focused on the continued research of how we can quantify these impacts. The Office of Research and Development has a few streams of work that we have underway for both cumulative impact and cumulative risk. And so we are working very, very, very laser focused on that.
So as I often say, Administrator Regan, is if it was an easy problem to solve, we would have solved it by now. And we know it's going to take many decades to fully work out the science. But what should EPA and its state partners be doing right now, for example, with permitting decisions and other actions to try to prevent these cumulative impacts?
You know, that's a great question. And what we're doing is we're working with our state and local and community partners to take what we know into consideration as we think about our traditional permitting regimes. We have information now. We can act now. In some of our programs, we have the statutory authority to consider cumulative impact. In some, we don't, and we have to think about how we use that information to make smart decisions. And so we'll continue to make very strategic choices as we move forward that put communities first, while we also continue to do the research and development so that we can more seamlessly integrate it into our decision-making.
Well, if we do need to have some statutory changes for some of these key programs, let us know, because we will be happy to work with you. One of the tasks identified under EJ 2020, which is, of course, the agency's Environmental Justice Action Plan, has been for EPA to focus on at least 100 communities experiencing under-enforcement of environmental requirements. And for example, the neighborhoods I was talking about in North Denver have a refinery right north of them that's been violating its air permit literally hundreds of times a year. So is EPA currently identifying overburdened communities for special compliance review?
You know, we are taking a very focused look at communities that are disproportionately impacted. And the first thing that we have to do is understand that there are laws on the books currently that protect people more so than maybe the protection that they're actually receiving. And so we are prioritizing these communities as we think about our enforcement capabilities. And it's important that people know that where the laws are clear and clearly violated, we will enforce those laws.
And what metrics are you using to enforce those laws?
In terms of,
Do you have the metrics you need to be able to tell whether these need a more robust enforcement?
yes, in many instances, we have the data that we collect through monitoring, best management practices, consulting with the company itself and or the communities that they reside in. And so we have full capability to assess many of these situations, and we're going to take action.
You're just
where we
making a
can.
priority of it.
Yes.
Okay. One last question. Another issue that I've been working on is methane waste prevention. And I'm wondering, are you seeing promising advancement in remote methane detection technology?
We are. I smile because I was in Houston, Texas at a conference not too long ago where some of that technology was demonstrated. And it's amazing to see artificial intelligence, robotics, and other things that are ready to be used today.
And you're leaning in on that?
We're leaning in very hard.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Washington, Mrs. Rogers, who's full committee ranking member, for 5 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you very much. The new chemicals program at EPA is the gateway to innovation. It's critical to innovation and winning the future. Administrator Regan, you testified EPA needs to double its new chemicals budget and raise user fees by 25% because EPA, quote, inherited a budget that wasn't funded to do the job. And this was despite the user fees being increased over 600%. Between 2017 and 2020, EPA averaged 265 risk determinations each year and placed restrictions on almost 80% of those determinations. The Biden EPA has only made 10 such determinations this year. Clearly, we were more efficient, more effective in reviewing the chemicals between 2017 and 2018 with the same budget and staffing as the current EPA. Congress is currently considering legislation to boost our technological competitiveness, but I'm concerned that this is hampering our ability to develop and utilize innovative new materials, the EPA approach right now. How will the EPA meaningfully improve its efficiency of the new chemicals program regardless of funding?
You know, I think I'd have to take a closer look at the stats that you have versus the ones that I have. I know when we are talking about the TSCA program, the previous administration missed 9 of its 10 statutory deadlines. Those are just the facts, and we have a number that we have to catch up on. I think I've had a number of conversations with our agriculture sector in terms of looking at chemical evaluations and the lawsuits that the agency is currently facing or will face as a result of 50 years of not complying or coming close to not complying with the Endangered Species Act. And so when we think about these new refrigerants and opportunities for new chemicals to enter the market, the facts just don't bear out that the previous administration was putting more products on the market than we currently are. That's just not the conversations I'm having with the herbicides and pesticides industry, and those aren't the facts I'm looking at when I look at the TSCA program.
My understanding is that 265 new chemical applications depend upon EPA action. I'm really focused on the new chemicals. And the question is, will EPA continue its oldest first review policy of new chemical applications, or will preferred technologies get a preference?
I think the staff that I have working on new chemicals are working night and day to get the products that are ready to go. And so I'll take a closer look at that exact list that you have for new chemicals, and we'll have staff follow up with you on that.
Okay, and will it be based upon the oldest first, or is the administration going to be
I'm not quite
issuing
sure that
permits
the
based-
decision-making is oldest first as it currently stands. And so I'd like to have a deeper conversation with what that exact criteria is and where age fits into the trajectory.
Well, I believe historically it's been oldest first, so that'd be great. When you talk about laws being clearly violated, I wanted to draw your attention again to Puget Sound in Washington State. And this is critical. This is a critical issue to orcas, to endangered salmon, taxpayer outlays, environmental justice. You've said that you're committed to cleaning up Puget Sound, but cleanup will continue to be a constant problem if King County and the state continue to look the other way when there's millions of gallons of raw sewage being dumped into Puget Sound every year, endangering salmon runs and polluting the waters. If you look at Washington State's latest State of the Salmon report, Snake River Falls Chinook are approaching their goal, and Steelhead are making progress. But the Puget Sound, Chinook, and Steelhead, those stocks that are most important to the orcas, are in crisis. EPA's failure to act is eroding 3 federal efforts: protecting orcas from extinction, safeguarding the salmon that are essential to orcas' diet, and promoting salmon populations. Will you use your backstop authority to end this excessive sewage dumping by major municipalities?
You know, what we've done is we've done what I believe to be a very strong job of enforcing the consent order that's on the books. And I think I've mentioned to you before, and I've promised the governor of Washington that we're going to continue to work with the state to enforce that consent order. One of the good things that I can report is, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've got about $89 million more to put towards projects like the Puget Sound so that we can get the cleanup on the trajectory that it needs to be. This is one of those examples, just like you just raised with the air quality. There's been progress over the years. We can't ignore that there has been progress, but not enough
Excuse me, I'm running out of
progress.
time. The state continues to issue the permits. Millions of gallons of raw sewage every year being dumped into Puget Sound, endangering salmon populations that are going extinct. I ask for you to give it more attention. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Illinois, who serves as chair of the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, Representative Jan Schakowsky. You're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, I would like to start by thanking you for your continued work and leadership on fulfilling the President's Justice 40 initiative. For far too long, our most vulnerable communities have faced the worst effects of climate change and pollution. And now I want to raise the issue that is so significant to my state of Illinois, and that's that of lead service lines. The EPA is required to update its drinking water needs survey every 4 years. This survey is used to calculate the drinking water state revolving fund. For the formula, and the America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018 also requires the EPA to evaluate and include the cost of replacing lead service lines. However, we're very concerned because in the state of Illinois alone, we have 680,000 lead service lines in homes throughout the state, the most of any state. So I know that one of the ways the decision is made is by this evaluation that takes place, and so far, because it doesn't take into account that we are the state that has the most lead service lines, that we're going to have to wait longer than we need. We are very concerned about how the money that has been allocated is going to be spent, and wonder if there's any way to move up Illinois in the timeline. That is to make decisions based on what states are really facing the greatest problem, and not just other different kinds of calculations. We're really in need. I don't have to tell you the consequences of lead in the pipelines.
No, you're absolutely right, and I've spent time in the Midwest and Chicago and other places, and there is no acceptable level of lead exposure. We have over 6 to 10 million lead service lines in this country, and so we are working very hard. I know that we are working with the states and the tribes to gather information about the needs specifically for approximately 4,000 drinking water utilities nationwide. We know where a lot of these lead service lines are, as you've mentioned, and I think as we implement this survey, we will have a better layer, a more granular layer of information around exactly where these lead service lines are.
Let me ask you, is there any way that you could commit to expediting the process to update the state revolving formula so that Illinois can move up the timeline where we can get some help?
We're looking very closely at it. We know that we want the state revolving loan fund. Number one, we've got to follow the statutory laws that exist for those formulas, but we also understand that there are some unique circumstances as well. So between the SRFs, some of our other environmental justice grants, other resources, we're trying to expedite these processes to get the resources to those who need them the most.
You know, we've heard for years, and I certainly agree, the problems that we've seen in Flint, Michigan, and I have to say that Illinois is right up there in the concern for, many schools already have their water fountains shut down. Many communities, again, especially communities that are in need the most, have a lot of lead service lines. And so I'm really pleading with you on behalf of our state and constituents in the Chicago area, where we have the greatest number of these lead service lines, to help us. So I want to thank you, and I will yield back.
Well, thank you for that, and I'll tell you, I have been in conversation with Mayor Lightfoot and the leadership in Chicago, and we're doing everything we can to get these resources to those who need it the most.
And she is too. So we need your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Utah, Mr. Representative Curtis. You're
Thank you.
recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Administrator, the EPA website states that you developed a passion for the environment while hunting and fishing with your father and grandfather and exploring the vast lands, waters, and intercoastal plain of North Carolina. That sounds amazing. I, too, had this type of experience with my father, but rather than North Carolina, I grew up in the Mountain West part. My district includes Bears Ears, Arches National Park, and much of the Uinta National Mountain Range. Different, but equally as spectacular as North Carolina. Perhaps you and I should spend some time in both areas enjoying this beautiful place. I mention this because, like you, Utahns have a great love of nature and the outdoors. And you can imagine their frustration sometimes as they're painted as not caring about this or not wanting to take care of it. And I truly believe that my constituents and you as the EPA have the exact same goal, but oftentimes gets frustrated with the communication or the implementation, if that makes sense. So I come to you from that perspective. I'd like to bring up 2 areas where we hope to have a meaningful dialogue with your office. I'll submit more detailed information because we don't have fully time to do it today. But let me mention Energy Fuels. It's one of the largest employers and property taxpayers in San Juan County. San Juan County is a very rural part of my district. This facility is quickly becoming a critical minerals and rare earths hub for the United States, which I'm sure you can agree is vital to our renewable energy production, national security, and much more. And so I'm going to assume that you agree with me it's important to ensure the domestic manufacturing of rare earths and critical minerals continues. Nod ahead is fine on that. Recently, I was bothered to hear that EPA was actively communicating with Congress about alleged violations related to recycling material before actually contacting the company. And you can see how that got off to a bad start. And just wanted to ask you to commit to work directly with Energy Fuels and Region 8 to ensure that we maintain a fair and consistent regulatory framework, particularly as they invest in the rare earths process that's necessary for renewable energy production in the United States. I share with you the goal of making sure that they're doing it right, but I'd rather that we work towards a yes than a no. And are you good with that, and will you help me with that?
I am definitely good with engaging directly with our stakeholders. I think that's important.
Good, thank you so much. My new district with redistricting encompasses the Uinta Basin, and within the guardrails of technology and economic feasibility, I agree we need to reduce methane. This area has a lot of oil and gas. I agree we need to reduce the methane's emissions from oil and gas production and would urge maximum flexibility in how EPA allows companies to achieve this goal. I sent a bipartisan letter with Congressman DeGette urging maximum technology flexibility in how EPA allows companies to address methane issues. I'd love to ask you to please review this letter and implement to your maximum capability our bipartisan recommendations in the rule.
Absolutely, I'll take a look at that.
Good, thank you so much. I'd like to ask if EPA has considered alternative compliance pathways for technologies that go above and beyond EPA's recently proposed rule on methane emissions.
You know, I will say that I was just recently briefed on where we are with our methane rule and potentially where we go with the supplemental. We received over 500,000 comments on our methane rule, many from the industry, and I am really pleased that our folks are embracing and looking at maximizing the technology, the AI, the innovation that we're seeing in the space for controlling methane and capturing that wasted gas that can be used as a more permanent product. So absolutely, we are excited about the potential there.
Good. You know, as I talk with industry like you, they acknowledge, hey, this is a product we don't want to waste. We want to capture this. And figuring out how to work with them and motivate them, I think, is important for all of us. Let me just mention, on a similar note, the elected officials in this Uinta Basin have expressed concern to me that the placement of the EPA air quality monitors has led to artificially high ozone readings. And I'd love to ask you to look into that and see if it's truly a placement issue, and if that's what's causing their high readings out there, or if we have a more significant problem. Would love to engage with your office on that as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Good. Well, we look forward to hopefully getting you out to Utah. I know you're busy and have many places, but would love to show you our beauty and scenery out there. And I'm sure you'd enjoy it as much as North Carolina.
I look forward to spending time with you in the district.
Thank you, Administrator. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of New York, from the heart of Brooklyn, Representative Yvette Clarke, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Ranking Member McKinley for convening us for this important fiscal year 2023 EPA budget hearing. Administrator Regan, let me thank you for coming before us to testify today. Your leadership has helped to reestablish the agency in its rightful role as a champion of human health and environmental stewardship. And yet, I'm sure you agree, there's still a lot of work to be done. One area where I believe EPA has both the authority and the obligation to act urgently is in the transportation sector emissions area. Not only is this sector our nation's leading contributor to the climate crisis, it is also a major source of health-harming air pollution that disproportionately impacts communities of color in urban areas like Brooklyn. Back in March, EPA released the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking to develop a clean trucks plan for vehicles starting in model year 2027. However, I have concerns about the degree to which this plan would further the transition already taking place towards electric vehicles. New York State recently joined California in adopting an advanced clean truck rule to phase in greater sales of zero-emission trucks, and our federal government should now help lead in this effort. So, Administrator Regan, how will the EPA ensure its Clean Trucks plan builds off electrification progress already taking place at state level? And are there other regulatory options you're considering to advance the transition to electric truck beyond this immediate rulemaking?
Well, thank you so much for for that question, and thank you for your leadership in this area. It's been great working with your team and your staff to help stay focused on this. You know, with the heavy-duty vehicle rules, we have sort of a two-phased approach. Step one, we wanted to honor our commitment to push our rule as quickly as possible, as stringently as possible, but to stay focused on the NOx pollutant that were really disproportionately impacting so many of our urban communities and communities of color, while we also push that technology to zero emissions. And so in the heavy-duty vehicle rules pathway, you'll see in step one, very aggressive, or as aggressive as we could go, really focused on NOx pollution, but also coupling the greenhouse gas opportunities there, reductions through electric vehicles and other low-carbon fuels. But then in step two, as we look at, beyond those years, we are really looking at the technologies that will be ripe for that zero emissions profile. We're really trying our best to walk and chew gum at the same time. Make sure that we are controlling those health-based pollutants while we keep an eye on greenhouse gas emissions, but also looking at that long-term horizon that we know climate change is that existential threat.
Well, we definitely have your back, and we'll be pushing it. It's similarly crucial that we improve air quality by electrifying dirty diesel school buses, which currently pose a major health issue for children and environmental justice communities in my district and across the nation. As you know, recently enacted Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included over $5 billion for this purpose to be administered by EPA. How do you plan to ensure this funding is distributed in a manner consistent with the President's Justice 40 goals so that disadvantaged school districts with limited resources who need the support most are not last in line to receive clean school bus investments?
Well, I can tell you this is one of the things that brings a smile to my face when we think about electrifying our yellow school buses in this country. We're laser focused on this. We are creating a very easy process, very easy online process by which people can apply. We're also gearing ourselves up to provide technical assistance to those who have not had a seat at the table in prior years. And to the point you just made, we're working directly with the school districts. Luckily, I've been traveling all across the country. I've been meeting with mayors. I've been developing relationships on the ground. I know how important that is. And so we're going to leverage our relationships with our mayors and our school districts to be sure that those who need to have a seat at the table have a seat at the table and know how to navigate this process.
And then finally, in EPA's FY23 budget, it included a monumental proposal to establish a new environmental justice national program. Could you expand upon the need for this standalone program area and how it will help EPA better work with overburdened communities to tackle local pollution and contamination issues?
Absolutely. Leadership starts at the top, and it started with the President of the United States, who said environmental justice would be a central theme to this administration, and we're taking that very seriously. As I look across the agency and think about the needs that we need to have a national program office that sole priority is to focus on equity, justice, inclusion, and to ensure that that's being done in a very objective way. And so we're working on this national program now to help sit alongside our program leaders that look at the future for air quality, water quality, and land management. We don't want to just put window dressing here. We want to see a systematic change. And at EPA, we know that we need dedicated political appointees, we need dedicated career staff, we need dedicated research and development work done. And so we want to have a program office whose full-time job it is to ensure that justice, equity, and inclusion is incorporated into every single thing we do. Every policy, every regulation, contracts, procurement, hiring, the whole thing.
Excited, and I've gone over time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence.
You're most welcome. Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Michigan. Representative Debbie Dingell for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding today's hearing, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for testifying here today. As I mentioned to you, Administrator Regan, at the last time you came before us, you've taken over the EPA at a critical time as the United States looks to make much-needed transformational shift to a clean economy. as the specter of climate change intensifies, as well as reversing the harmful policies of the last administration to protect public health and environment. I applaud what you've been doing at EPA. I look forward to working with you more on many issues. You know I have a lot. And to support the robust budget the administration's put forward. But I got a lot of ground to cover in my few minutes. Let's start with PFAS. These harmful chemicals persist everywhere in the modern world, and we're finding new contamination sites regularly nationwide. As the sponsor of the PFAS Action Act, I was very pleased to see you took real action with the PFAS Strategic Roadmap announcement last October. In it, the fiscal year 22 omnibus directs EPA to develop a 60-day spend plan to address PFAS. It is my understanding that the spend plan is due soon. Can you provide this committee an update on this report, as well as how the agency plans to prioritize this funding? And can you provide this committee a brief, because I have many questions, update on EPA's progress to complete the agency's PFAS strategic roadmap?
Well, I can tell you, we are really excited and taking this to heart. And I was just taking a look at what I'll do is I'll provide to you in writing the exact details of the spend plan. Let me just take a step back, though, and tell you, we took a step back and we created this PFAS strategic roadmap. And we are really focused on the research and development components, the technological pieces of that. But we're also focused on some very serious rulemakings here. One that designates PFAS under the Circular Program as a hazardous pollutant, and the other is setting a drinking water standard. So I'll get you those specific details on the spend plan, but I can tell you we have an aggressive plan.
It's going to be critical to designate robust funding and manpower for PFAS so you meet those deadlines. Specifically, the PFAS strategic roadmap set a spring 2022 deadline to propose the hazardous substance designation for PFOA and Pfas, the two most notoriously harmful chemicals, which will help accelerate. Administrator Regan, will EPA meet that deadline, yes or no?
Yes.
PFAS strategic roadmap includes a fall 2023 deadline to issue a final drinking water standard for PFOA and Pfas. And I've had a lot of promises since I've been in Congress. Administrator Regan, will EPA meet that deadline, yes or no?
Yes.
And I'm going to remind you of that, but I know you're working towards that. Thank you. Let me switch. Now I want to move to tailpipe emissions and electrifying the transportation sector. In the last couple of months, EPA has finalized a new light-duty vehicle GHG emission standards through model year 2026. I applaud you for getting it done. Automakers have been supportive of those standards, though they have said that significant increases in electric vehicles will be needed to get there. We stood together at the White House, set that goal for 2030, but a lot of things are going to require to get there a host of complementary investments and policies at all levels of government, including consumer incentives, infrastructure, and resilient domestic supplies. In addition, within the next 2 years, EPA aims to finalize GHG standards for model year 2027 vehicles and beyond. Administrator Regan, can you speak to the importance of these needed investments and policies to grow the EV market in the United States? And after you do that briefly, I'm going to submit a lot of other questions for the record.
Absolutely. Listen, to your point, we have stood together, industry, regulators, Congress, all the leaders, and said that we can do this. We can do this. I think if we can follow the president's leadership, Congress's leadership, get some of the tax incentives that are sorely needed to help give that shot in the arm, we are well on our way to owning the 21st century as it relates to transportation. We've got an industry that's committed. We're getting the environmental benefits that we need. The jobs are there. The unions are with us. And so, yes, we can do it. We just need the tax incentives.
But we're not going to get there if we don't get the policies they're going to support, making those cars affordable, getting the batteries developed, building the infrastructure, and upgrading the power grid. Okay, I have 7 seconds, so I'm going to give you questions both on the EPA workforce in Ann Arbor, which is very concerned about their being returned to work under what they consider and others have documented unhealthy worker count. And then we also need to talk about the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and why the reports are always late. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have a lot of questions for the record. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. You're most welcome. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware, the dean of the Delaware delegation, Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, please, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important hearing. And thank you, Administrator Regan, for your testimony and also your visit to the state of Delaware. We appreciated having you. Administrator Regan, you and your team at EPA are playing a critical role in creating and maintaining healthy communities while also advancing the best available science to address ongoing environmental challenges. The Biden administration has made historic environmental commitments to overburdened, under-resourced, and marginalized communities. Those commitments include mitigating and adapting to climate change and addressing pollution of our air, water, and land. I know in my state, like others, the air that we breathe and the water that we drink can lead to vastly different public health outcomes depending on where a person lives. Environmental burdens can vary from one farm to another, between neighborhoods, and even block by block. This is a major reason why it's so important that the EPA work hand in hand with local communities and follow their lead on the ground. And so I thank you, Administrator Regan, for your leadership at this very important time, and a time of change and a time of opportunity. And I want to start out with my questions. I want to focus on water affordability. As we all know, the water affordability crisis has existed pre-pandemic and has only been exacerbated since the pandemic. Last year, I introduced H.R. 3293, the Low Income Water Customer Assistance Programs Act, which would establish permanent drinking water and wastewater assistance programs at EPA to assist low-income water customers in paying their water bills. We found that in Wilmington, Delaware, nearly 1 in 3 customers are behind on their water bills. And public outcry all over the country of rising rates led to the bipartisan authorization of a pilot water assistance program based in part on my low-income water customer assistance legislation. This legislation also included a requirement to conduct a needs assessment to inform the pilot program. Administrator Regan, can you provide an update on the agency's progress regarding the assessment?
Yes, I will say, number one, thank you for your leadership in this area. I think affordability is something that we don't talk about quite enough. And, you know, one of the things I can say is, as you're aware, HHS is actually now rolling out their more than 1 billion low-income household water affordability program. So we're working very closely with HHS on how we design our partnership there, because that's going to be critical. Bill also authorized a new low-income water assistance pilot program for EPA, but we have not received those appropriations yet. But I can tell you that EPA's Assistant Administrator, Radhika Fox, has a deep working knowledge and experience working with water systems and water affordability. So the combination of all of those actions, I think, are giving us a competitive step on how EPA is planning to complement your leadership, but also work on water affordability issues.
Great. And while the infrastructure law established the pilot program, as you mentioned, you haven't received the funding yet. We know that this program would leverage your staff's expertise in these areas, and in particular awarding grants and also working with public water utilities. What will this funding mean to communities who are struggling to afford water services?
It will mean a great deal. We have really focused on infrastructure, but the president has not lost sight on people as well. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time here. And I think as we're making significant investments into our water infrastructure to be sure that it's clean and reliable, we cannot forget that affordable piece.
And I want to shift gears a little bit to the Office of Air and Radiation at EPA and how you set the standards for air quality across the country, standards that are critical to reducing toxic air pollutants and addressing the climate crisis. And we know that the government can't do it alone. So could you please share with us why state and tribal leadership is so important in these efforts?
You know, speaking as a former state regulator, I'm probably biased, but state leaders, tribal leaders, mayors know their communities better than the federal government ever could. And we don't need to be prescriptive or academic. We need to look at the solutions that are already baked on the ground, and we need to match those solutions with resources. We're finally at a place now, thanks to Congress's leadership through the American Rescue Plan, the bipartisan infrastructure law. We have resources now that we can match with solutions that are on the ground, and EPA is ready to do that.
I did not think I would be in the position of Ms. Dingell and having to submit questions for the record, but I have more questions, and I'm out of time. Thank you so much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Carter, who comes to us virtually. Mr. Carter, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Administrator, for being here. Administrator, look, I may not like certain laws, and certainly I don't like certain laws, but the only thing that I really ask is consistency and across the board. And I'm afraid that what we're experiencing in my district, in my region, in Region 4, is a lack of consistency, because it appears that Region 4 is using a different rule book for enforcement compared to some of your other regions. And this is impacting businesses in my district. It's impacting the Georgia ports. I have the honor and privilege of representing the entire coast of Georgia, which includes the Port of Savannah and the Port of Brunswick. And the different interpretation of these rules and regulations is scaring businesses off, and it's harming our ports and harming other businesses as well. So I just want to get from you a commitment that you will streamline and harmonize enforcement of the statutes in EPA for each of the regions.
Yes, I believe very strongly that we need to have some consistency by which we apply the law, while also recognizing and affording some accountability to the different characteristics that exist within our states and our regions. But your point is well taken. We need to be able to provide regulatory certainty to our business community and have an even hand at that. And so I will take a look at what's happening specifically in Region 4, and if you have specific examples you can provide to me and staff, we will take a very close look at that.
Well, I'm going to take you up on that, because I do have specific examples. And as you can imagine, it's very frustrating. All we want is fairness. All we want is to be treated the same. And we don't feel like we're getting that in Region 4. So thank you for your commitment to that. And I am going to take you up on that, and I am going to send you examples of what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Now, if I could shift gears for just a second, it appears that a theme of all of my colleagues is the agency seems to be stretching itself kind of thin here. I mean, this is the largest budget request ever by EPA, a 28.6% increase from last year. And this is on top of the $55 billion the agency received through the infrastructure law. So I've got serious concerns about EPA being able to manage all of this. And you know, having been a state legislator for 10 years, I feel very strongly with state and very strongly about state sovereignty. And I'm just concerned that EPA is going to be dictating everything from up high and insert itself into every issue from Washington, D.C. And I just want to make sure that the administration understands this, and especially when it comes to air quality standards, it's got to issue timely guidance so that states can put together the state implementation plans. And I just want to make sure that you understand how important that is, and to ask you, why is EPA not working with states and providing more resources to approve their state implementation plans at a faster pace?
Well, I can tell you that I definitely agree with you on that. As a former state regulator, I was responsible just a couple of years ago on developing those SIP plans and implementing those SIP plans. Just a couple of months ago, I convened a meeting in Asheville, North Carolina, that had about 45 to 46 of the 50 state environmental secretaries to talk about the importance of the relationship between the federal government and the state government. We are co-regulators, and I respect that relationship, and I actually believe in the real definition of cooperative federalism. So the goal really is for us to be really good partners with our state regulators and to be sure that we're working hand in hand. And I can assure you that me and this team are really focused on playing EPA's role as a federal agency, but also understanding the importance of that co-regulatory role that our state secretaries have. And so you have my commitment to continue to work on that as EPA administrator, the same way I enjoyed that as a state secretary just a few years ago.
Okay, very quickly, I'm about out of time and they're calling me to the floor here. But I noticed that you have convened or called for some roundtables to be held in different regions. But I can't help but feel oversight here in the sense that Georgia was not invited to any of those. We don't have any panelists from the state of Georgia. And I just want to get a commitment that your staff will come to Georgia to hear specifically from our businesses and my constituents about what's going on with WOTUS in particular.
Yes, you have my commitment that we will engage with the state of Georgia. I believe we have. I've luckily have a pretty good relationship, and hopefully we'll have a meeting soon with the president of the Farm Bureau, who is, I believe, a Georgia native. And so we're talking WOTUS with all of our states. There were 10 regional roundtables set up. You're right. We try to choose regions that typically have not been afforded the opportunity to talk about WOTUS in the past, but could represent some of the interests that have not had a voice. But I can assure you that staff will follow up with you and your team, and we will engage Georgia just like we're trying to engage every other state.
Okay, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of California. Representative Peters, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Administrator, for being with us. It's good to see you again. Before I ask my questions, I want to thank you again for your leadership on the water pollution challenges at the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego. As you know, we have been battling one of the largest environmental catastrophes in the hemisphere for decades. You came to visit it firsthand. I want to thank you for that. You prioritized it, and you're working to expedite the projects that will help us address the problem once and for all. And so on behalf of the entire region, I want to say thank you again. And we will continue to work to support you with the resources you need and the flexibility you need to succeed there.
Thank you.
I and many in this room are committed to a transition to a clean and a clean-powered economy, and we see evidence that the economy itself is interested in that. But even the most optimistic of us know that this will take years. So as we transition, we need to remain aggressive about reducing emissions from our existing infrastructure. So let me ask you about two topics today. The first is methane from oil and gas operations. There are now technologies that can provide 24/7 continuous monitoring of methane emissions at oil and gas facilities from the ground. And due to customer and investor demand for clean gas, many companies are investing in calculating carbon intensities of their oil and gas supply chains to gain a competitive advantage so they can sell what's considered clean gas to these customers who are interested in it. I'm encouraged by the private sector innovation in methane monitoring, but we can't rely entirely on it. And as a government, we need to promote the highest possible standards for monitoring, reporting, and verifying methane emissions. So can you tell me a little bit about how EPA can contribute to better monitoring and measurement of methane emissions across the supply chain, and how EPA could encourage more widespread adoption of continuous emission monitoring technologies?
Well, I thank you for that question, and I agree with you. I can say that we are really excited about our proposed methane rule that will regulate both new and existing sources. There are just lots of opportunities there to deploy technologies and best management practices. Artificial intelligence, I mean, this is some really interesting stuff there. We're also tracking efforts to quantify carbon intensity of oil and gas supply chains. We've met with many of our external entities to be sure that we're on top of that game while we're looking at another full suite of options. We also provide important raw data to these private sector entities so that we can ensure that they have the best data and we're sharing the right data. Many of these companies and groups rely actually on our greenhouse gas data programs to develop their emissions estimates. So we feel pretty good that we've got a handle on what's out there. And additionally, we support better monitoring through our industry stakeholder engagement programs like our Methane Challenge program, where we have many members voluntarily step up, offer better management practices or technological ideas. Right. So we can codify that through voluntary actions and through rulemaking, which is underway.
I hope you'll call on us as an ally in that. I know you don't want to talk about the rule in this context. My concern is this. I helped lead the effort to restore the Obama-era methane rules from 2016. But the technology has come so far since then. And what I hope is whatever rule we establish will recognize that technology will continue to evolve and will give us the flexibility to take advantage of those technologies as we leave behind the technology of today, because we really want to get at the methane problem, not proxies for the methane problem. And so I'm really encouraged by this on-the-ground continuous monitoring opportunity. Second, I want to talk a little bit about heavy-duty trucks. I'm grateful for the EPA's leadership on reducing emissions from the transportation sector, moving us to zero-emission vehicles. In the meantime, we need to continue to reduce emissions from non-electric vehicles that will be on the road for some decades to come. How will the heavy-duty truck proposal that you have at EPA contribute both to deploying more zero-emission vehicles and reducing carbon and criteria pollution from the non-zero vehicle emissions still on the road for some time?
Well, you make a very good point, and that's why with our heavy-duty vehicle rule, our trucks rule, we have sort of a two-pronged approach. The first is stay laser-focused on those health-based pollutants that we need to focus on, like NOx, especially those that are disproportionately impacting our urban communities and communities of color, low-income communities. In step one of our HDV rule, we remain very focused on the best technology available to ensure that we reduce that NOx pollution, those health-based pollutions, while also gliding towards that electric technology or the zero emissions technology. So in step one, you'll see us working on health and climate at the same time. But in step two, you will see us transition to that technology that is zero emissions, that is good for the planet, but also is far enough out where we don't lock in the types of emissions that we don't want to see locked in.
Right. I want to thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman, just to put in a word for zero emissions rather than just electric, because I think hydrogen and other technologies can play a role too. So thank you very much. I'll yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama. Representative Palmer, you recognize for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. Administrator Reagan, I come from a perspective that Congress sets the EPA's agenda and processes, and that EPA can prioritize its work among these programs based on current risk and law. But during the Obama-Biden era, the EPA, it seemed like there was a strategy to allow outside groups, I won't say use outside groups, but allow outside groups to use deadline suits, lawsuits, and legal appeals as a workaround to force new regulations that were not part of the agency's stated regulatory plan. And even worse, this really gave short shrift to the public notice and comment period. So what I want to know is, and by the way, the Trump administration clamped down on these practices by promoting transparency and the rule of law, but the EPA, your agency, repealed that about 60 days ago. I'm just hoping, and I'm concerned, that the EPA is not going in this direction again, where you're going to have a number of consent decree lawsuits that will put you in a position of saying, well, this is what the court decision was, and so this is the new rule. Can I get your assurance that that's not where you're heading with this?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that so much. I do not want to see us in a situation where we're having outside groups file lawsuits, litigate it almost privately, wind up having a settlement and having a judge appoint a special master or a control group to basically impose new laws on people without it going through congressional oversight, without it actually being presented through the EPA, through your official agenda. So I appreciate your response on that. I also have a question about, in another area, EPA is the lead sector risk management agency for water and wastewater cybersecurity. It's a growing concern, and we've heard different things about attacks, cyber attacks on our water systems. This committee helped enact steps to improve water sector cybersecurity in 2002 and in 2018. Yet the EPA and this administration seem to be moving in a different, troubling direction, actually, that would increase cyber vulnerabilities. And one example of that is the EPA's plan to expand public water system sanitary surveys to include a review of cybersecurity practices which would publicly disclose a system's cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So what I want to know is, when will the EPA fully implement all of the provisions of the Safe Drinking Water Act, Section 1433, including creating a process for EPA to recognize cyber standards used by third parties?
Well, I can tell you that we are laser focused on this cybersecurity issue. I think, 180,000 water systems all across the country. Many of them, and I'm working with my state partners, I came from a state as a regulator, know that a lot of states don't have a handle on just what the health of their cyber situation is. I know that my staff is working with this committee hand in glove to be sure that we're using all of our statutory authority to pursue cybersecurity in the water space that we can.
Well, there's a certain amount of security that we need to provide in discussing these vulnerabilities. I mean, we do not need to publicly disclose any problems that water systems are having with their cybersecurity. What we need to do is get together and take action to fix the problem. So with that in mind, can I get your commitment to the following? The EPA will not outsource its leadership responsibilities for cybersecurity in the water sector to other federal agencies. And can I get your commitment the EPA will regularly engage with the water sector and its coordinating council on cybersecurity? And finally, will the EPA support the Water Information and Sharing Center's efforts?
What I can say is we are not in the business of abdicating our responsibility to anyone else. We take cybersecurity in the water space very seriously.
Thank you.
And I do want to go on record as saying the survey that we put out to help begin to assess and shore up, we don't believe violates or provides any additional secure information that's out there. But I look forward to working with you and your staff on this. I've talked to my staff about this. This is a serious issue for us, and I want to be sure as administrator that we're using all of our statutory authority to tackle this issue.
I believe that's exactly what you want to do. Mr. Chairman, what I would like to do is submit those requests in writing, and Administrator Reagan, I would really appreciate it if you'd respond to each one of those assurances that I ask you for in writing, and get them back to the full committee and to my office as well.
We'll be responsive.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Representative Palmer will review all of the requests at the end of the hearing, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Representative McEachin, for 5 minutes, who joins us virtually. Welcome, Mr. McEachin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be with you, and to the administrator, it's good to see you again, my friend. I want to start off by thanking you for coming to the 4th Congressional District and visiting with us, and particularly in the city of Richmond, and seeing some of our needs, and also hearing me out in terms of the rest of the district. I know that actually you'd asked for some information on the district, and we have sent you a memo probably about a month ago on the district and some of the needs that we've seen in it. And I have no doubt that you have not seen it. I have no doubt that your staff is scrubbing it diligently. But I would appreciate an answer in the near future if you can manage one. I know how staff can be and how they want to make their boss look good, but they need to understand that you already look good to me. So I just look forward to a response.
Yes.
But I am concerned, Administrator, that we are almost halfway, or maybe we are halfway through the first term of the Biden administration, and I look forward to working with him for him to secure a second term. But if the worst should happen and that not happen, we've got about 2 years left for you to do some good work. And I'm particularly interested in how I can help you get your Justice 40 initiatives down into the 4th Congressional District, and particularly the rural part of the district. I know you have a heart for rural localities, and I am not just a big city congressman. I have a whole line of rural counties between Petersburg and the North Carolina border that you are undoubtedly familiar with as you drive down I-95. So what can I do? What can we as a Congress do to help you get your Justice 40 initiative kickstarted in those areas?
Well, number one, I appreciate the partnership that we have with you and your office. It's been invaluable, and I think that we'll continue to contribute to the White House's efforts around Justice 40. They're quarterbacking that, and many of us in these agencies are serving as pilots to prove out the Justice 40 theory. I'll say that in December, we announced a $1 billion investment on the cleaning up of the backlog of our Superfund sites. And what I can say is about 60% of those sites that are receiving the resources for cleanup are in historically underserved communities. And so when we think about the Superfund program and the Brownfields program, we're really hitting our mark on sort of that 40% of the benefits go to the communities that have been disproportionately impacted or impacted the most. The other thing is with our SRF program, as we think about the $50+ billion that we have to shore up our water infrastructure, just looking at the statutory authorities and the structure of that program, that requires 49% of those SRF funding dollars to go to disadvantaged communities. While I'll say that the term disadvantage, has a different definition, slightly different definition in every state, it provides a state with a certain level of autonomy to really define disadvantage. We're really on track with that 49% number, whether it be in the state of Texas or the state of North Carolina, the state of Virginia. There is enough autonomy there, but focus and criteria there to ensure that we are meeting and or exceeding those Justice 40 numbers that the president pledged.
I would like to, and not that you're prepared to do this today, but I would really like to get with you or someone on your staff, because in that memo that I referenced earlier, we took a look at I believe we took a look at disadvantaged communities. And as I shared with you, Virginia is 400 years old. We've been using water all that time. We've got our water infrastructure in all sorts of different states of disrepair, from not knowing to where they're located, to them being wooden, to being lead filled in some cases. I shared with you that if I could just get the water infrastructure in the 4th Congressional District fixed before the end of the Biden administration, I would feel like that was an accomplishment. And so I don't believe we've had a whole lot of assistance yet. And so I'd like to figure out how we can get with you and get that jump started, because that is a critical #1 need in the 4th.
Absolutely. I was just conferring with staff. We're on it, Congressman McEachin, and we'll be in touch on that very issue very soon.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, my gift to you, my friend, is 17 seconds. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina. Representative Duncan, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko, and thank you for being here in person today. A couple of weeks ago, we had Energy Secretary Granholm testify in front of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and I asked her if she was anti-fossil fuels, and she replied, quote, "I would like transition away from unabated fossil fuels to a clean energy future." Administrator Regan, I want to pose the same question to you. Are you anti-fossil fuels, and do you agree with Secretary Granholm's policy objective to transition from fossil fuels?
What I would say is we're focused on controlling the emissions. I think that question is interesting because when we think about the president's directive for us to focus on carbon capture and storage, we're focused on a technology that would capture the carbon emissions from fuel sources like natural gas. And so when we think about the future, in my opinion, and when you look at the regulations that EPA is focused on, we're focused on controlling the carbon emissions that we see in our economy. And we know that it's going to be a combination of things: energy efficiency, wind, solar, battery storage. We're going to have advanced natural gas infrastructure in place. We're going to have carbon capture and storage. We know that we're going to have a suite of options if we're going to win the 21st century.
I agree with you on carbon capture. I actually like the aspect of that. Let me ask you a question. I asked her, how'd you get up here today?
I'm sorry?
How did you get to the Hill today?
Government vehicle.
That was Suburban?
Yes.
So you got a chase detail. They have second Suburban as well?
I'm sorry?
Did you have two Suburbans? You had a security detail as well?
Just one.
Just one? Okay.
Yes.
And that's electric vehicle, I assume?
I'm riding in the vehicle that our current contract allows, and when our contract is up, I'll take a look at my options.
Well, you should. If you're going to talk about emissions and everything that you mentioned earlier, I think you should. Let me shift gears because we talked about natural gas just a second ago. Political reality is it's impossible to build a natural gas pipeline in the United States right now. Did you know that?
Well, you know, what I would say is that in the role of EPA, as we think about the power sector in the future, we're actually having conversations about if we were to have new natural gas turbines, what would that look like, and how can we best position that in the future, if natural gas isn't the option, but let's say the option is hydrogen.
Natural gas pipeline turbines, you have to have natural gas availability, and that requires a pipeline. But yet the EPA aids and abets the environmentalist groups that take them to court and litigate these projects to the point where they can't be sustained or completed. Example, I'm worried about South Carolina's ability to meet our energy demands in the future because the ACP, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, was stopped basically on the litigation side of it.
I think if we're going to cite that one, I was state secretary in North Carolina, and I can say that, for the record, under the Cooper administration and under my watch, we approved the Atlantic Coast Pipeline permits that were under my jurisdiction. Different outcome for the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And what I did was I focused on the science and focused on the law. So since you raised Atlantic Coast Pipeline,
I appreciate you mentioning your approval of the ACP, but ultimately the ACP got canceled by Duke Energy because of litigation cost. Litigation costs came from the environmental groups who we defeated at the Supreme Court on the Appalachian Trail aspect, but they were continued to litigate it. And this isn't an isolated example. The ACP is just one I use because I was actively involved in the Appalachian Trail amicus brief that we actually won in the Supreme Court. But the fact is, environmental groups continue to litigate these pipelines. And the ACP is just one. And so we're going to see a continued thwarting by EPA and others on natural gas pipelines.
Well, I don't want to conflate. I worked for the state of North Carolina. I worked for the EPA, not environmental groups. I hear your arguments. Your arguments sound like they're levied towards the environmental groups. And so I want to be responsive in the capacity that I'm in, which is not an environmental group. I am trying to be responsible and engage with our industry, provide certainty, and focus on technological solutions that win the future. I don't work for an environmental group.
So for the energy regulations that fall under the EPA's jurisdiction, Clean Air Act mainly, Clean Water Act, can you commit to instilling certainty for these groups that want to build, these companies that want to build pipelines or provide natural gas and other resources for energy production?
You know, I was just criticized earlier for saying this, but actually what I'm doing to respond to the power sector and EEI, I'm actually spending time with these CEOs, and they've asked for certainty. And so what we've done is we've taken a look at all the rules that we're statutorily required to put out, and we're putting them in a package. We're not darkening their doorstep one at a time, death by 1,000 paper cuts. We're trying to present a uniform package so that our power sector understands what investments might work for the future. What I can commit to is doing what I've been doing, which is working very transparently with the oil and gas sector and with the power sector on the rules that are coming forward and how we can really take advantage of technology and innovation so that we can drive down the emissions that we're seeing, not only that contribute to climate pollutants, but also to health-based pollutants.
And certainty as well as the existing rules and regulations that are in place today.
We need certainty for our companies to be able to make the long-term investments that we need.
I like what you said. I appreciate you saying that. I'm going to look forward to questioning you again in a year and find out if that certainty has been applied. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Florida. Representative Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And Administrator Regan, I believe you're the man for the moment right now. Coming from North Carolina and having to work with both sides of the aisle, that's been on display here today. And we're really appreciative of that, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic. And under President Biden's budget, we're dropping the deficit by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion, the biggest in history. And that you have to look at in context of the budget request that you're making today so that you could ramp up for this infrastructure law implementation. That's what I want to focus on, both electric vehicles, specifically school buses, clean water, and environmental remediation, 3 areas that you're going to be working on closely. We have Orange County Public Schools, one of the largest public school districts in the nation, and we're really interested in the decarbonation of our nation's school buses, $5 billion. So it'd be great to hear a little bit about how this budget is going to help deliver for Central Florida for school buses.
Well, I'm really excited about it. I mean, when you think about the future, you think about our children. And so to have our children riding on electric school buses is just awesome. $1 billion this year that we'll spend in trying to get our school buses electrified. In the coming weeks, we're going to announce a $500 million grant. We're working directly with local school districts. We're going to make it easy. We're going to put these processes online. We're going to engage these school districts. We want to be sure that those people who need these buses the most will have a competitive chance at getting these buses. So I'm excited about that.
And we appreciate it, Mr. Administrator. Next, clean water. This is an issue that's happened in St. Cloud, Florida, with aging infrastructure. $50 billion to EPA for improving our nation's drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. So is this budget going to help you ramp up to do the job for so many clean water needs across the nation?
You know, the $50 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure law, it's a shot in the arm. It's a huge, it's a historic investment. And so we're going to work with our state partners. I've written every governor a letter, walking through how I want to partner with those governors to be sure that those resources get to those who need it the most. We know that the $50 billion is a shot in the arm, but we know that there is more need there as well. So we're going to have to leverage our traditional resources and these bipartisan infrastructure dollars to be sure that we're protecting the public while gearing up for some of the impacts that we're seeing from climate change.
Well, thank you, Administrator. And also environmental remediation. We have some of our older cities in Central Florida, like Orlando and Kissimmee, my hometown, where we could be reusing land that was once for industrial uses or certain agriculture uses to bring it back into commercial use. $5.4 billion for cleaning up legacy pollution at Superfund brownfield sites. How does this budget help you meet the moment for this key issue for infrastructure as well?
You know, this budget and the budget requests we have in help us to shore up and be prepared. Over $5 billion for Superfund and brownfield sites. We're talking about a lot of cleanup. We're also talking about a lot of economic development. We're also talking about the removal of a lot of blighted site and rebuilding some communities. We're excited about it. I think that the bipartisan infrastructure law gives us the capital to make those investments. What you see in the 2023 budget are the types of staffing that we're going to need to maintain that and continue that through the future.
And lastly, Mr. Administrator, we know because of both the pandemic and because of the war in Ukraine, gas has been a real struggle as we're balancing to lower prices with environment, dealing with a worldwide shortage. So how do we strike that balance between environment and looking at summer blends and ethanol and other things to lower the price at the pump while still protecting our environment?
I think we have to follow the science and follow the law. I think the president pledged that this unprovoked war on Ukraine would cause some stress and some pressure, especially at the pump, and he pledged to use all the tools in his toolbox. He asked us to take a look at what we could do. I took a look at the science. I looked at E15, and the reason that the waiver is in place is because we wanted to get in front of having any kind of supply issues. We know that there are over 2,000 gas stations in rural communities all across this country that could benefit from that E15 waiver. We looked at the science. We knew it would not have adverse impacts on the air quality for at least a couple of months. And so in order to relieve that pressure at the pump and empower some of our rural communities to have access to those resources, we put that waiver in place.
And we're appreciative. This is a way for our rural communities to help with this, to be part of the solution to helping reduce gas prices. So thank you, Mr. Administrator, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Representative Crenshaw, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Administrator Regan for being here today. We appreciate it. I wasn't going to bring this up, but you were just talking about the Justice 40 Initiative, which is a White House report, and it lays out what kind of projects and technologies would benefit communities, and then it lays out what kind would not benefit. And I have some concerns here, because on the list of projects on page 59 that, quote, will not benefit a community, this particular report lays out a list: fossil fuels, carbon capture, roads, research and development. It just says research and development. It doesn't even say what kind. It just wouldn't benefit a community. Nuclear energy is on that list. Pipelines are on that list. So according to the environmental justice warriors, vulnerable communities do not need electricity. I think you seem like a pretty reasonable guy. You can't possibly agree with every aspect of that report, right?
You know, I'm honestly not familiar with the report
Okay,
you're
page
referring
59, check it out. Well, we were just talking about it, that's why I brought it
Okay.
up. Moving along, one of the concerns I have is that the rhetoric of this administration does not match the actions. And I've heard the president say a lot of things recently. In the midst of an inflation crisis, in the midst of food shortages, supply chain problems, and he said a lot of things that I happen to like we need to increase our oil and gas production, we need to lower gas prices. He says we need more broadband and fiber optic cable, more domestic manufacturing of semiconductor chips, more wind turbines. He wants to replace lead pipes and improve our water quality. He wants to reduce our food prices. These are all really good things to want. But all of these goals require the very plastics and chemicals that EPA regulates. And this is my concern because I think the EPA is in a position to be helpful here or not helpful. And based on the various proposals and actions from your agency, I have to question whether these goals are shared broadly in the administration. And I'll start with some examples. Let's start with semiconductor chips. So the idea is that we need more chip manufacturing domestically. The problem is this recent proposal for billion-dollar punishments on the very chemicals, Pfas chemicals, that go into chips. So why would we do that if we're trying to increase chip production here in the U.S.?
Being on the receiving end of a water crisis in North Carolina, Gen X, caused by a company Chemours, a spinoff from DuPont, I don't believe that you have to choose between protecting water quality in people's lives and companies doing the right thing the right way and contributing to our global competitiveness. And so when I take a look at situations like Gen X or Pfas, right, we know that there are technologies and ways to reduce that exposure to mothers, children, and everyone. This is about holding these companies accountable.
I agree there's a good middle ground. The problem with the PFAS, talking about PFAS in particular, is EPA's proposal to ban a whole wide variety of them instead of going individually to each one that might be considered dangerous. Let's look at some more examples. The president also wants to lower food prices.
That's not quite accurate. I don't think we are looking at banning PFAS as a class. I think we've looked at PFOA.
It's recategorizing it in a way that would make it extremely costly to produce it. Again, looking at food prices, we want to lower food prices. It should be easier to make food and less costly. But EPA bans the use of one of the most widely used pesticides, and curtails another. And another example, the president commits to more oil and gas infrastructure. Actually, which I loved this, ordered FERC to withdraw its proposal back in March, which would further limit the building of pipelines. But EPA actually wrote a letter expressing support for those same proposals. And this one I want to get to also. So this is plastic resin. It's produced in Houston. This is the kind of high-quality plastics that are used in biomedical devices, everyday devices, everything we need to reduce healthcare costs, deploy broadband, replace lead pipes, build out our infrastructure. But it's true, isn't it, that the EPA right now is considering reclassifying basic PVC plastics as a hazardous waste product? Does that seem like a productive thing to do in the midst of an inflation crisis?
I think that what EPA is doing is taking actions to put the proper classification on any kind of potential
But this can't possibly be a hazardous waste product, right? I mean, this is the kind of plastic that we would use for biomedical devices. We would put them in our bodies.
Yeah, I think what EPA does is regulate processes. And so I think we have to look at not just the...
You familiar with the problem I'm specifically referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, yes, I am. And listen, I think that I've heard lots of things that we plan to ban and put a moratorium on permitting plastic facilities. I mean, like there's a lot of
I didn't say
stuff out
that.
there.
I said you're considering it, which is true.
We're not. No.
Yeah, you are.
The answer is
You're
no.
actually required to by a court case. Considering making PVC plastic.
We have
I'm just hoping that
we
you
have
guys
no
are fight
plans to
that and
ban.
stop it.
We have no plans to ban or put a moratorium on permitting plastic facilities.
I didn't say ban, I said reclassify. Okay. Reclassify as a hazardous waste product, which would vastly increase the cost of doing business, which would vastly contribute to more inflation. That's why I'm asking about it, but I'm out of time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina. Representative Hudson, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, welcome back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I appreciate you being here in person to discuss your agency's FY23 budget plan. As you know from our work together over the years, addressing drinking water contamination, especially Gen X, is extremely important to me and has been one of my priorities as a member of this subcommittee. On that note, I appreciate your agency's efforts to address PFAS, including the release of your agency's PFAS strategic roadmap last October, which included a human health toxicity assessment that we've been waiting a long time for, you and I both, for Gen X chemicals. You're well aware that North Carolina, specifically Cumberland County in my district and the folks downstream, has a disproportionate burden in our water basins when it comes to these emerging contaminants. Currently, many residents and even schools receiving drinking water from the Cape Fear River are paying out of pocket for filtration systems to remove Gen X contaminants. And since mid-February, more than 6,200 private wells in Cumberland, Robeson, and Sampson counties have been found to contain Gen X and other types of PFAS chemicals. To address this, many households are relying, as you know, on cases of bottled water for their water-related needs. And because of this, I and many in our community believe we can be a model for removal and remediation efforts. In 2020, EPA published several fact sheets on emerging technologies for PFAS destruction, as well as a journal article on the efficacy of destroying PFAS using supercritical water oxidation, or SCWO, in November of 2021. EPA's PFAS roadmap also includes a section on evaluating and developing technologies for reducing PFAS in the environment. Administrator Regan, what plans does EPA have to continue to evaluate, validate, and deploy technologies like SCWO? And can you please provide a timeline for these plans?
Well, Congressman, thank you, number one, for your continued partnership on this very tough issue. This is one that you and I have been working on for quite some time, and this is a top priority. I, on purpose, announced our PFAS roadmap from the state of North Carolina because I know the experience that North Carolinians have in combating with this. I'll say evaluating and developing technologies for reducing PFAS is a critical component of the roadmap. Much of the work that we've done, much of the scientific work that we've done, as you know, has been done from the campus there in North Carolina, EPA's Research Triangle Park campus. This past February, we released the PFAS Thermal Treatment Database. It's an online resource that contains more than 2,000 records from 80 different sources about the treatability of PFAS using different thermal processes. A lot of that information, that rich information, came from folks in the state of North Carolina. So I'll say that we are laser focused on the technological chase. We are leveraging the experience in places like North Carolina. We're also, working on evaluating and drinking water treatment technologies to support our proposed water standards for both PFOA and Pfas later this year. So we're excited about the partnership. We're excited about the progress, but you and I both know that we need to do a lot more.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your commitment to this, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. And would love to have an opportunity to have you come down and do a site visit later this year, potentially. We've got a place where some of these technologies are being deployed, and I'd love for you to come see that firsthand.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Another issue I'd like to put on your radar: in April, traces of 1,4-dioxane were identified in Chatham County's water supply. I'm concerned, obviously, about downstream impacts on my district where my constituents live. I know the EPA does not regulate 1,4-dioxane in drinking water. However, I'd appreciate any insight your team could give us on any EPA regulatory efforts on this substance.
These unregulated emerging compounds cause a lot of us a lot of heartache, and I can say that we're going to use our authority under TSCA and the Safe Drinking Water Act to build a scientific foundation to better understand and respond to 1,4-dioxane. We plan to evaluate 1,4-dioxane under the Safe Drinking Water Act Regulatory Determinations Notice, which we're working on really hard right now. So yes, currently it's unregulated, it's an emerging contaminant, but I can tell you we're looking at all of our existing authorities and what we can do to regulate these emerging contaminants.
Well, I appreciate you doing that because folks are really concerned about it back in North Carolina, and so I look forward to continuing to work with you as you move forward in that process.
Absolutely. Your partnership is critical.
I appreciate that. My time's expired. I did want to get into a third topic, but I'll follow up with you in writing. And again, appreciate you making time to be with us today.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. Administrator Regan, we are calling, there's a call for votes. There are 2 votes. It should be a very short recess, but unfortunately, again, we beg your forgiveness. We are going to recess for a short while, and we have about 3 to 4 members yet that I know of that want to question. So we're getting there.
Okay.
But thank you for your patience again.
Absolutely.
The subcommittee will stand in recess.
purposes, and then we'll get started. You can yield to yourself for your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. For AV purposes, 3, 2, 1. And with that, we will call the subcommittee back to order. I will yield to myself for a statement. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for their putting this meeting together. It's great to see you again, Administrator Regan. I want to talk to you for coming, or thank you for coming to Northern Arizona last September in our windy day that day and dusty up there to visit some more than 500 uranium mine sites on the Navajo Reservation and to meet with the Navajo leadership. Since the 1940s and 50s and 60s and into the 70s, millions of tons of uranium have been mined from Navajo lands, exposing workers and their families to uranium contamination and higher levels of radiation. For far too long, these sites have been poisoning the people, water, and land of the Navajo Nation. The EPA began cleaning up of these sites in the 1990s, but has little to show for it other than the ability to get some money through different lawsuits and into a trust fund, and some studies done, and some mills taken care of. But for the most part, those 500 and some sites have remained untouched. There's been a lack of cleanup, a lack of funding, and a lack of emphasis to prioritize these areas with the necessary resources, administration after administration after administrations. And those are administrations from both parties have continued to be derelict in their duty to the Navajo Nation to clean up these toxic sites. Sites that were there originally to help out the United States win a war, and increasingly to help us continue to develop energy for our country and nuclear-powered ships. In your testimony, you cite the administration goals for environmental justice. For the communities affected, which extends beyond northern Arizona to Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico, environmental justice means a swift cleanup of these toxic sites with urgency that reflects the serious and significant health impacts on these communities after almost 80 years. Questions for in the past? We've discussed the need for the EPA to better allocate funds and personnel to accelerate cleanup. How does the budget align with that goal?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question, and thank you for hosting me in your district and your leadership on this issue. I will tell you one of the most touching experiences I've had was having the conversation with the Navajo women and them discussing as children playing with yellow rocks because they didn't know the difference and the exposure that they had experienced. And so this is something that has gone on, as you said, for far too long. In the 2023 budget, we have asked for $3 million dedicated to support the Navajo Abandoned Uranium Mine Program, which would help to expedite some of the partnerships and the cleanups here. We know that there are lots of abandoned mines that need to be addressed and lots of past transgressions, quite frankly, that need to be addressed. We've also awarded about $13 million in grants under Superfund to the Navajo Nation programs for their support in investing in these sites, investigating these sites and planning cleanup. So this is a priority, and so we're putting our money where our mouths have been for quite some time.
Thank you. What is the expected timeline to clean up these priority mines like those near homes and water resources? I keep in mind that those are some 200 mines as identified now, but obviously inflation's having an impact on the availability of funding for that. So the timeline?
We experienced some significant impacts to that timeline due to COVID-19, as we discussed during the visit. But we were able to complete critical field activities to continue to investigate. And so significant progress has been made, and it will depend on that field work, including the selection of cleanup options for 34 mines and 9 sites. So we're planning to complete 130 of those assessments by the end of 2022.
So I anticipate that we're talking somewhere at least another decade or so before we actually get a significant amount of mines cleaned up, and then we still have over 200 and some mines to go and get us well past 100 years of trying to get this accomplished. I am going to yield and turn it over to Ms. Barragan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Administrator, for being here today. I know it's been a long day with our votes. I want to just quickly follow up to something my colleague, Representative Clark, talked about. That was zero emissions trucks. And I want to just chime in and to say that we really cannot wait. We cannot afford to wait 10 years for zero emission trucks. And I just wanted to share with you Wilmington, California, a place that you've come to visit in my district. Last week, my staff attended a community meeting in Wilmington over concerns about truck pollution, and they were raised. And my Spanish-speaking constituent said, I'm going to say this in Spanish and then I'll translate, nos están matando, el puerto nos está matando, las refinerías y los camiones. Today, todo el mundo se ha olvidado de Wilmington. That translate into English, we're being killed. The ports, the refineries, and the trucks are killing us. The entire world has forgotten about Wilmington. Administrator Regan, I know that environmental justice is something you're committed to and this administration is committed to. Environmental justice communities like Wilmington, California, they can't wait. They shouldn't have to wait another 10 years for zero emissions trucks. And so I just want to urge you and the EPA to do everything that you can in the final rule to try to leave no gap between what is possible and what is necessary to give our most polluted communities, those on the front lines, clean air. And so I just wanted to say that before I go into my questions and to thank you for the work you are doing, and I know the challenges that you have. So changing course, Administrator, the EPA's Risk Management Plan Rule, also known as the Chemical Disaster Rule, is critical for protecting nearby communities, workers, and first responders. Residents in my district are very concerned about the risk of accidents at the refineries in Carson and Wilmington and at Rancho LPG in San Pedro. I commend your agency's commitment to stakeholder meetings so all voices are heard during this rulemaking process. Can you commit to taking the feedback from your community stakeholder meetings and comment period to create the strongest rule possible to prevent future chemical disasters?
Absolutely. In June and July of last year, we held those listening sessions. We took to heart what we heard. We incorporated as much as we could into our proposed rule, and it's with OMB now. And we believe that that rule will be stronger because of community participation.
Well, thank you. Now, climate change has made chemical facilities even more dangerous as rising floodwaters and powerful storms cut off electricity and put volatile chemicals at risk of release or explosion. Will the EPA consider the impacts of extreme weather and climate change in the chemical disaster rule?
In February of 2022, the Government Accountability Office found that about 31% of RMP facilities are in areas vulnerable to natural hazards. And so we agree with GAO's concerns, and we took the report's recommendations into consideration when we were crafting the proposal. It's now at OMB, and so I won't comment on what the contents are because I'm not allowed to, but we took GAO's recommendations into consideration as we crafted that rule.
Okay, well, we must protect our communities at risk of chemical disasters, and that's why I co-led a letter to the EPA on this issue with Senator Cory Booker and 29 members of Congress. It's important that EPA finalize the strongest possible rule to protect communities, workers, and first responders. For my last question, last fiscal year, EPA referred just 152 criminal cases to the Department of Justice. Criminal prosecutions against companies violating environmental laws have dropped to their lowest levels in 3 decades. Staffing is a major issue. As of January, the EPA's Criminal Division Unit had 161 investigations. In 1998, there were 261. How does EPA's proposed budget address these staffing shortages, and how important is having adequate enforcement staff for your environmental justice work?
You know, having the adequate staffing levels on the enforcement side is critical. I think that I haven't been shy by saying that we will use our enforcement authority where it is required and needed. We have made requests in the years 2022 and now again in 2023 for increased resources. We need those resources, not to be overly burdensome, but to enforce the laws that are on the books and to ensure that we are protecting every single person in this country as we should be. And so what you'll see in this budget is a modest request to bolster up our enforcement arm so that we can enforce the laws on the books, especially for those who are most vulnerable.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for testifying today and answering our questions. I appreciate the opportunity to raise with you today an issue that's very important to me, to my constituents, and to our entire region, and that is the proposed relocation of the EPA Region 6 lab to Ada, Oklahoma, from Houston to Ada, Oklahoma. I was glad to see that EPA has delayed the plans to relocate the lab until 2027, but I feel very strongly that this relocation should not go forward at all, and there are many reasons for that. The lab and its highly trained staff are essential to EPA's mission of protecting health and our environment, and we really need that in our community in Houston. From your experience, I believe that you know that Houston is home to the largest petrochemical complex in the United States and arguably the largest in the world. It is also a coastal city that is plagued by extreme weather events, including we just had 3 years in a row where we had 500-year floods, including one from Hurricane Harvey, a Category 4 storm that caused $125 billion in damage. And in 2019, you are probably also familiar with a devastating chemical fire that took place in our area along that same ship channel, following which we found very high levels of Pfas contamination in Galveston Bay from the foam that the firefighters used to put out that chemical fire. As an aside, I'm glad to tell you that just a few hours ago in our Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we passed out of committee a bill that I brought, the Federal PFAS Research Evaluation Act, for EPA to identify the research and development needed to advance our understanding of PFAS exposure. So I'm glad to report that to you. But here's the critical point for this hearing. In the case of extreme weather events and in the case of industrial accidents, the EPA scientists in the Region 6 lab in Houston are our essential first responders. And I'm deeply concerned that the lab's closure will cause EPA employees to retire early. As I understand, there are currently no staff that have expressed a willingness to relocate. And it could also seriously delay the return of results, threatening Houston's access to critical air, water, and soil testing performed at the lab during these kinds of events and at all times. Now, Ada is 2 hours away from the closest airport, in an area that's prone to ice storms and tornadoes. If the airports are closed, if the roads are closed down, samples might not get delivered, results might not come back. When a disaster happens, we don't have days to wait for the samples to be delivered to learn if our water, if our drinking water is contaminated. And it's just really important that we know what is in the air, what is in the water as quickly as possible. And that is what the Region 6 lab does in our area. And unfortunately, we have seen that past relocations have been detrimental to EPA's mission. As you're aware, the EPA Region 9 lab was moved from Richmond, California at the end of last year and is still not operational, as I understand it. I've also heard that none of the lab employees in California took relocation offers. And as far as I'm aware, there's no estimate for when it will begin to process samples. So we are deeply concerned about that in our area. Also, I know that in 2020, the EPA Inspector General put out a report that found that EPA lab relocations have been plagued by cost overruns and the anticipated cost savings were overstated. And it also found that, for example, the relocation, the Richmond relocation was more than 2 years behind schedule and cost $7 million more than planned. So, you know, the consolidations arguably to shrink the amount of leased space held by the agency are really having the effect of shrinking the workforce. And with these staff departures go years and decades of institutional knowledge and expertise that we can't afford to lose. In December of 2019, I sent a letter to the EPA OIG asking for an investigation into the effectiveness of closing the Houston lab and what its impacts would be for EPA's mission. The request was denied at the time, and the reason was that there was a lack of resources to perform the investigation. I would ask that the agency reconsider our request for this investigation as to the effectiveness of closing the Houston lab. Additionally, I've sent letters with other members of the Houston region expressing our concerns about the relocation, most recently in November of last year. We still haven't received a response to that letter. So I'm hoping that with this opportunity to connect today, that I can get you to agree to commit to working with me and my office to address the many concerns we have about this proposed relocation. And ultimately, I hope you will agree with me that the relocation of the Region 6 lab from Houston to Ada, Oklahoma should not go forward.
Well, Congresswoman, thank you, first of all. And I understand, and we really do understand many of these concerns. I'd love to spend some time with you and your staff so we can talk through a number of actions that took place starting in 2010 that got us to the point where we are and how we can talk about moving forward.
Thank you so much, Administrator Regan. I look forward to the opportunity to work with you on this and many other issues. I thank you again for being here today and for your responsiveness, and I yield back.
I yield it. With that, there are no more presentations. I will request unanimous consent to enter in the following documents into the record. An article from the Desert Sun entitled Toxic Shower Water, Sewerage Pits, Infiltrating Woes in the East Coachella Valley Mobile Parks. A statement from the Environmental Defense Fund, a letter from the American Chemistry Council, a letter from the American Cleaning Institute, an article from the Inside EPA entitled EPA Plans to Scrap Affirmative Defense Emissions Waiver in Air Permits, an article from Environmental Law and Policy Monitor entitled EPA Proposes Significant Expansion to Interstate Ozone Transport Regulations, a letter from Representative Kerry, Johnson, Balderson, Latta, David Joyce, Westerman, Gothman, Rogers, and McKinley to EPA Administrator Regan, an article from Power Magazine entitled ERCOT MISO Warn of Potential Power Supply Shortfalls, a letter from Representatives Sorkin and Wahlberg and Senators Stabenow and Peters, an article from the Washington Examiner entitled Power Sector Warns of Blackouts and Demands Clashes with Traditional Power Retirements, a Green Wire article entitled Way Off Track, Chemical Industry Slams EPA, an article from the Wall Street Journal entitled Electricity Shortage Warnings Grow Across the U.S. Without objection, so ordered. I would like to thank our witness for joining us for today's hearing. Thank you very much. Good seeing you again. I remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by our witness. I ask that our witness respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. At this time, the subcommittee is adjourned.